よしやっていきたいと思います。私、やすきちゃん、令和のシャーロック・ホームズこと、やすきちゃんと申します。よろしくお願いいたします。4話目ね、クライムズパニッシュメント、こちら4話目やっていきたいなと思っておりますので、よろしくお願いいたします。ツイートします。4話目ね、冒頭から、再開していきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。案外面白いぞこれ。ローマ浴場で殺人、上流社会の大不祥事件。かの有名な優れた才能の持ち主の考古学者、そして我が国の誇りであるロドニー・ベント・クリフ卿が殺害されているのが発見された。事件はストランドレーンのローマ浴場で起きた。考古学者の最新の研究場所だった。だがロドニー卿殺害事件に関して最も衝撃的な事実は、その場所には研究仲間で友人でもあったパーシバル・ブリンコホン氏がいたことである。この種の犯罪者はおそらく死刑に処せられることである。いいよね。はいはいはいはいはいはいはいはい。オーケーオーケー。マイクロフトの怒り。我が弟シャーロック。お前はまたしても最悪の間違いを犯した。お前は今大英帝国が国際紛争に巻き込まれようとしている事実に気づいていないのかね。このような非常に敏感な事件を低能なスコットランドヤードの警察に任せるとはどういうことだ。結局彼らは犯罪者を捕まえた。だが新聞を読んでいないのか。これによって大騒動が起きてしまったではないか。全てのメキシコ人を一般化しだしているのだぞ。お前も知っていると思うが、帝国は多数かつ多様なメキシコの企業と提携しているのは考えてみるんだ。マイクロフト。うるせえ。犯罪は全て処断されるべきであります。テーブルの上。テーブルの上。あ、こっち。これか。レストレードの筆跡からしてこの手紙を書いていた時彼は急いでいたと言える。
A wax seal with the monogram The Brackenstall family。
はい、何ですか。ケント州マーシャムアビー屋敷、午前3時半。親愛なるホームズさん、極めて異常な事件になりかねないと捜査に至急ご協力いただけますと大変嬉しく思います。夫人を解放した以外は事件現場はそのままの状態に残してあります。ユースタス教を現場に置いたままにはできませんので、どうぞ一刻も早くお越しいただきたい。警具。
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of...
That seems to indicate that she had been... Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
即行こう。 さあどんな事件かな今回は。
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do.
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's there.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
Yes. His head was knocked in with...
A violent act of
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was a... But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the fact.
Where is the body?
In the dining room.
All right.
Very good, Watson.
そんな簡単に終わるわけないよね。
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir
め
Eustace
ちゃくちゃ殴られてるじゃん。
We were married only...
I am sorry.
1年前に結婚してすぐ殺されちゃったの？この人怪しいですね。
I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
怪しいなあこの人。かわいいね。かわいい。初めて女出てきたくらいの勢いじゃない？まあ1話目の女はいたけど。あともう一個どこだ？やべ、わかんない。巨乳とかそういうこと？マジわかんない。もう一個どこだ？ちょっと青ざめた。違うか。青ざめた方。はい、来た。
Can you describe to me the event?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector...
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... Oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elder close behind the first man. I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured...
He fought with...
Yes, I think he had hurt them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave...
Did these three...
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard. But you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You mentioned that your...
He was not a nice man when he was drunk. And he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband called...
Oh, do you... Yes. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
なるほどね。
Your ladyship?
怪しいですね。
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
Teresa.
Certainly, sir.
しわ、労働者の手、ハンカチ、酢の匂い、蘇生、思いやり、コーヒーのシミ。はい。
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
こいつら結託してる説あるね。どこだ。こいつら結託してる説あると思いますけど。これか。
These scratches are most definitely a trapper's hut. This is Sir Eustace's safe. Then Lady Brackenstone,
No, it is.
we have to open it.
なるほど。
Your ladyship. Let us try. This safe can be
うわ
cracked. I only have to pay attention.
これはむずそうだな。何この簡単な金庫。簡単すぎるだろこれ。誰でも開けれるわ。
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a pane. Antique coins, possibly of value.
ユースタス卿、あなたの現在の身体的また精神的な状態には大いに懸念しています。肝大小不全の兆候がいくつか見られます。前回お会いした際、あなたの目は充血しており、皮膚は黄色がかっていた。あなたの特殊な口臭は肝臓に障害がある者が持つ特有なものです。それに以前お話しした肺脳症もあります。説明を伺ったあなたが患っている下肢の痙攣は神経系の障害が原因で、それは過度なアルコール摂取により生じます。検査をしたとき、あなたの肝臓が非常に硬いようでしたが、それは肝障害の進行の症状です。また、腹部の腫れから分かるように、腹腔内に液体の兆しがあります。左の肋骨に痛みを感じるというのは、膵炎の可能性を示していて、死に至る重症急性膵炎になりかねません。あなたの状態は他のものに危険をもたらしかねません。過度のアルコール摂取量は自制心を失い攻撃性を高めます。私たちはあなたの健康状態にお役に立つことができるでしょう。治療法は何種類もあります。なるほどと。
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall. So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this
オーストラリア人なんだ。なるほどね。家業は大繁盛。ランドル家一家の商売が再開した。2週間前、あの有名な強盗団一族、ランドルの一 ランドルの一家として知られているはシデナムの裕福な一家に粗暴なやり方で押し込んで強盗を働き再出現を成し遂げた。警察はすでに彼らの手がかりを追っているが、被害者の名前を含めて犯罪の詳細を極秘にしている。3人についた細部描写を提供できる目撃者が現れたため、警察は強盗犯罪一家の人物像を完成することができるだろう。誠に勝手ながら私たちの尊敬する読者諸君にこの非常に危険な盗賊団について十分な注意を払っていただくよう現時点入手している詳しい人相書きを提供したと思います。強盗団はかなり以前からこの商売を行っていて、一家は3人、父親に2人の息子、年配ジャック・ランドルは40代ですでに白髪がかっており、中肉中背、東南の黒幕を務め、年齢は近いが見た目が全く違う2人の息子を操っている。長男ウィリアム・ランドルは背が高くて肩幅が広い、それに不釣り合いの小さな頭をしている。弟メルビン・ランドルはどちらかというと華奢な体格で熊手の棒のように細い。ランドル家の一味は、東南と住居侵入だけでなく英国帰国前に極めて残忍な海賊業を行っていたことでも指名手配されている。十分な警戒をしてください。貴重品が無事でいることを我々は望んでいます。なるほどね。これを見て罪を着せたんだな、てめえ。そういうことだろう。はい。
Oh, what a horrible...
Sir Eustace's doc...
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me. An all-bit sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have...
え信じたとして死体を見たいな。
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
So, Watson, what have you learned from exam...
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was...
Quite a large stick. Barefoot. He had therefore been...
なるほど。
The head was cracked with the...
いや、まだ調べるとこあるな。
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller. A fur trader's cabin.
ああ、よみりんの紐。どこだこれ。
That must be the murder weapon.
まだあんの。
is covered in blood.
血で覆われている。ユースタス卿が一撃を受けた時に倒れて頭を打ったのかもしれない。なるほど。よし、全部調べられた。
A fur trader's cabin. The hunting scene. These wine bottles are... This candlestick is valuable.
確かに。
An empty silverware box.
食代は盗まなかったんだね。怪しいね。なんだ、まだ調べ終えて、あ、ここか。
The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house.
銀食器だけを取ったと。
Chateau Calon. This glass has some wine traces.
ワインの痕跡はあるが、檻は入っていない。
There is beeswing at the bottom.
そこには檻が溜まっている。まるで瓶から直接ワインが注がれたかのようだ。
This glass has some. It is rather strange that only one. A decanter standing next to the open bottle.
まあ一人で飲んでたんだろうね。で、3人組が来たことにしたいからグラスを慌てて2つ用意して、そこにあれ違うか。
Antique hunting.
ちょっと違うかな。
The hunting.
ちょっとまだわかんないな。
A trapper's.
っていうかまあなんでショットガン持ってこなかったっていう話があるね。まず
Sailor's knots. That's interesting.
船員特有の結び目。
This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound. I will take it with me.
ああ、なるほど。こ
This
の
is the chair that lay.
紐は呼び鈴の紐か。
This door leads to the upstairs. A deer hunt.
?24 歳。はいはいはいはい。わかりましたよ。結び目がついた紐。3人の人物。現場で3人が3個のグラスでワインを飲んでいた。そのうちの1人は折り入りのワインを好んだのだろう。現場で2人が3個のグラスを使ってワインを飲んでいた。残りのグラス1個には他の2個のグラスから注がれた折りだけが入っていた。に違いないですね、これは。皮下希望による一撃。ユースタス卿は皮下希望で一撃を受けて死んだ可能性がある。ユースタス卿は偶然に非合死に頭を打ち死んだ可能性がある。痛ましい事故の可能性あるな。事故を
The death
強盗に見せかけたのかな。
What do you know about...
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. And such... Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day threw a decanter of... To the point that we were forced to intervene several...
なるほど。どんどん手がかり出てきますね。
Lord Ramsay Brackenstall, Baron Linden, Sir Warthen Brackenstall, Lord George Brackenstall.
お、外もあるここ。ははーん。外もあんだここ。小屋があるね。この小屋はなんだ。入れねえし。よし、じゃあトビーに助けを請うか。犬にね。絶対女2人怪しいと思うけどね。
Let us see how the rope was. The fibers at the end of the rope are. Let us try to find out what. If I cut the rope with a knife.
ナイフね。
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the... I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Someone should take Toby.
ついてくるんかい。なるほどなるほど。違う、アリ屋敷行こう。トビと一緒。ああ、かわいい。かわいいっすな、トビ。
Search, Toby.
あ、トビになれる俺が。ワンワン。はいはいはいはい。あ、それでこの小屋か。ん？違う？小屋行ってからの井戸。
The scent leads to the well.
井戸からの 壁。
The intruder's trail is
壁から逃げたってこと？だって小屋もこれ多分解除しとかないといけないパターンじゃない？そうで。
The intruders entered the criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
うん。怪しいですね。さあ、まずはここから。
This hook might... Bags of seed. Small gardening tool. This old suitcase.
以上？
There's something glittering.
IQ。 あ、シルバーじゃん。
Silverware. This is hardly...
証拠隠滅だな。
The Brackenstall coat of arms.
捨てるわけないよね、盗んだんだったら。トビー最強か？ はい、勝てないの実行。いや、ちょっと待って、早すぎるぞ、これ。早すぎるだろ、これ、さすがに。ちょっと早すぎる、これは。なんか怪しい。怪しい。こんな早期解決なわけないだろ。まだ遺体もかたされてない。
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came, they might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers.
We found your silver...
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr.
可愛いな、この
Holmes.
女の子。
Your ladyship?
Oh, what a horrible thing to...
We found...
Oh, that's good news.
Indeed.
ん？こいつはそんなに狼狽しないな。見つかっちゃまずいみたいな感じになるはずなんだけどな。
Inspector,
You are a...
in the garden well.
Excuse me? Rather absurd.
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place. This door.
積んだくせ。積んだくさくない？もうなくない？
The Brackenstall family seems rather austere.
でもなんで猟銃でみたいな話はあると思うんだよな。
Oh,
Please.
積んだくせんだけど。
Holmes, don't look at me like that.
Brave token.
ここなんもないよね、もう。ああ、これか。誰かかばってるな。はい。机のミニゲームがないから怪しい。確かに1回しかなかったね。紐だけ。はい、私は IQ が高いです。皆さんご存知でしょう。ショコな。普通そのみんなは分かんないと思うから、多分あそこであの女捕まえちゃうと思うんだよね。俺はちげえから。ジブラルタルロック号、アデレード、サウサンプトン、ロンドン航路のバラ積み貨物船がインド、ニュージーランド、そしてオーストラリアを経由した、あと6ヶ月ぶりに戻ってきた。船客の中にはフレイザーの女相続人であり、オーストラリアで土地と鈴鉱山を所有しているメアリー・フレイザー女王を英国に連れてきた。噂によると、こちらの若き美しい女性はケントで最も裕福な人物の一人、ユースタス・ブラッケンストール卿と現在婚約しているらしい。
Here it is.
ミスリードにも引っかからない高 IQ だろ。なかなかできないよね。
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you with...
But I have another solution.
Wiggins また力を貸してくれ。
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
素直即簡単な仕事で金がもらえるからだろうな。
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893. and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the yard in many.
3時間後早すぎる。
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it.
あ、こいつまだ残ってるな。
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
ジブラルタルロック号。
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
なるほど。そうやって探していくわ。気象警報ね。
This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
他。これか。ヘンリ
This
ー・サウスワー
officer
ド
is
も
still at sea.
アーネスト・ジェイ・ウ
This
ッズもそう
officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
ジャック・ロッカーかウィリアム・パートリッジ。
This
こいつ
officer
も
was
い
on
な
a
い。
ship that sailed. This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid. This
こいつか。
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
クロッカーを訪問して対立
This
する。
Crocker.
It would be interesting to.
よし、お前探してこい。
Wiggins, could you find a.
Here?
No problem, Mr.
ノープロブレム。強すぎるこいつ、ウィギンズ。
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk.
澄んだ眼差し、誠実。これ守ったんだな。守ったんだな、あいつを。多分。守ったな。
You are
だから誠
acquainted
実
with
な
Lady
澄んだ目をしてるんだろ
Yes, I think I do remember her from when I was.
It seems your relationship.
How dare you? Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight.
You. And what do you.
That evening, you were with.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes.
You would be right.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you.
You call that evidence?
船乗りの結び目。
Yes, as she was.
So, it's a sailor who's done. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp.
At night.
It was an emergency.
I'm.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
対立した。
Holmes, what?
No, there is no doubt that the...
So,
So, we must work with what we have.
now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
クロッカーは嘘ついている。彼が関係していることは明らかだ。僕が探していると聞いて直ちに現れた。罪の意識の表れだ。殺人があった晩、クロッカー船長はシャープ号に乗船していた。この男は僕と対決することを恐れなかった。自信に満ちた態度だった。ちょっと待って、早くないか？早い。早すぎる。そんな簡単か？このゲーム。結構何？俺IQ 高すぎて早く終わっちゃったこれ。その可能性高いなこれ。これ終わりそうだぞなんか。終わりそうだぞなんか。
Oh, what a horrible thing.
Please leave my Mary.
終わったぞ多分。勝ったろこれ。オッケー。俺は女を守る。可愛いしあの女。あの女可愛いし俺は女を守る。
Wiggins, could you ask Mr.
Right.
いやでもこれ無罪方面したらシャーロック・ホームズ狙われるんじゃねえの？
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer and because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
これ唯一が唯一になってるな。
It's true. I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed her.
Lady Brackenstall already
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed.
Till I die. Do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the... Now it is time to end.
始まった。ギリギリ。はい。
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity. See here, Captain Crocker. We'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a Captain Crocker. The evidence shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one.
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law...
何様なんだ、ホームズ。
You are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead and come back to your lady in a year. And may her future...
ホームズ何様？
Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to...
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs.
If they exist...
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it.
同じ解決 93%。道徳的選択をした人 65%。俺と同じやみんな。これ特急すぎたな。いやまあまあこういうショートストーリーなんだろうね今回は。別にそれはおかしくないからね。第5話。
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. But it worked, Watson.
Ridiculous. And
They're domestic bees.
頭おかしいなホームズ。
I am sorry, but I must...
you have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. I'm helping a minister who...
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers.
Watson, how...
For the great Sherlock Holmes, come on. Admit that you're planning to spoil your little...
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us
透
go.
明になったんだろうはちょっと違約すぎるだろ。違約っていうかそんなに分かりやすかったかなだろ。さすがにでしょ今のは。じゃあトビー死ぬんじゃねこれ。トビーも一緒に連れてこうぜ。植物園の盗難はどうなんだろう。面白いのかな。ロードが長い。
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place...
Yes, of course.
What do we do?
Let us find someone who could...
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of... Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is... We are investigating the theft...
So you're the one in...
A small favor for...
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What could...
They were rare and exceptional plants. We haven't removed the stand yet. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exit.
No...
No, but I would imagine that...
Well, if you don't...
Yes, the one just behind. Albert, show these...
How many people?
Only myself. But occasionally...
なるほど。でっかい展示の植物が盗まれちゃったんだ
Here it
ね。
is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable. It seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days...
What tragedy?
The director...
おっ
Gardens,
と
Mr. Montague Dunn. He died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry.
He was my father.
You say that...
Holmes,
Yes. Just here. Near the door. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve.
Of
おい
course.
おいおい殺人事件始まってんじゃねえか。楽しいな。
do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen. Here is a list.
「楽しいの始まったな。
According to Albert, this... Soil. The soil on the side. Fragments of a flag.
足跡。
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. The footprints reveal that someone.
誰がここでよろめいた。なるほど。
This sign is broken. So
他にもなんかある？おお、あった。
this pot was broken. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new.
うーん。
The esconson. The door was forced from the inside of the.
I think we need to.
なるほど。
Blood. Someone fell violently against this. All the clues around here are quite suspicious.
Hmm. こんなんでいいの？合ってる？なんか合ってそうだけど。
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn.
He was in a
確かに。
panic, or the door was locked. I think we need to inspect the colonial collection.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire. Very strange. Half of the colonial collection is absent. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
洗剤。石のかけら。
This broken a fragment of marble, most likely. These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was empty. This is one of the outlets of.
なるほど。ダンは閉じ込められた。モンタギュー・ダンの検視解剖を行う。彼の死には疑わしい点がある。なぜ彼は植民地展示室、植物展示室の扉を押し破ったのか。何のために室内の一部を片付けて掃除したのか。罠だったのか、それともただの事故だったのか。まあ一回戻るか、じゃあスコットランドヤードに。解剖しよう。閉じ込められたのか。
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Mon.
It's ready for all.
This watch is of a beautiful a membership card
ロ
for
ン
the
ドンクレスト
London
の会員
Crest
権。
Club.
ウェイン&サンズ印刷会社社長 F ウェイン様へ、友よ、旧植物園の大展示会の張り紙は素晴らしい出来だ。だが全職員の名前を挙げる必要はないはずだ。私の名前だけで十分だろう。モンタギュータン。
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest.
左腕。
Nothing
皮膚
suspicious.
Nothing suspicious.
No redness, stings, or bruises. There is an injury to the skull, most probably. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral
花
aroma.
の香りが漂っている。
The vessels and the pupil of... Now,
口笛吹きながら、おいおいおいおいおいおいおい。おお
the heart's blood vessels show no pathological...
心臓の知識とかないからわかんない
The
な。
heart tissue shows no...
心臓は大丈夫と。肺ね。肺なんかありそうだ
The
な。
lungs are congested and edematous. The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung,
毒素ね。毒を食らってたと。
the liver, is enlarged. The liver tissue is brown. The stomach tissues show no... There is a small amount of content. It appears that he...
なるほど。
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director
植
of
物
Kew
中毒。
Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered...
The challenge, Holmes.
We need to locate that deadly plant.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that...
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish.
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now.
Even those in the staff building.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all...
You're enjoying this.
毒殺弾は閉じ込められた。結構一本道で進むな。ここのロード長いな。すごい。ボリュームがあるってことかな。マップが広いのかな。ヘイミッシュ。怪しいこいつ見るからに。汚い襟。庭師の手。ミコン、はい。見るからに怪しいぞこいつ。
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us?
But,
You're not sure, then?
well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
As deputy...
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, you see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely he would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's. He was what some might call a man of action. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that. If you take into consideration...
You mentioned that Mr.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating.
And
he had an eye...
こいつ犯人じゃなさ
Tell
そうだ
me,
な。
Mr. Hamish, do you grow them more?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
もし犯人だったとしたら、あんまり園長のこと悪く言わないだろう。どう俺の IQ。
Can I help you, gentlemen?
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out...
泣いている。ひげ剃りの傷跡。綺麗な手。これさ、庭師みたいな仕事してないのかな？
Who is Miss...
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse. Yes, but part-time.
You're following in your...
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say...
We noticed that...
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know my...
あんまり植物への
I
仕事はして
imagine
ない
that。your relationship with your father...
Yes. I cannot say that he was... But now, after his death, I have to follow his path. I have to manage Kuga...
Would you...
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and her... My father would not...
Indeed.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens.
I see. And how was his relation?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers. He was convinced that my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
あんまいいやつじゃなかった
Thank
ん
you,
だ
young
な。
man. We shall see you again soon. Harm.
ホワイト城会いてえな、ホワイト城。熱帯植物園なんかすげえワクワクするな、これ。特段何もないかな。
According to this,
これ全部大体調べたよね。
according to this,
でかいな、これマップ。
these flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is...
でかこのマップ。
dry... There is a smell of burning.
なんだ 割れた鉢。
The symbol is not. A broom handle was half. The plants were set alight fairly.
防毒
A
マスク。
protective. Someone set it alight. The remains of a picture. A door handle? Why would the door handle to the colonial?
ガバガバだな。全然証拠隠滅できてない。これホワイト？
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must.
Seed house. Ventilation system. Dry tropics. Water lily green. Colonial collect. Palm house. Director's office. Nursery.
これ長そうだな、ちょっと。この。この話。
A map of.
あ、まだある。
Reserve.
この話ちょっと長そうだな。
A ventilation system. A water tank. Seed. Open.
まず調べ物してからね。
From here, we are unable to see the interior. Materials for These leather gloves are new, and this place. A book about ships.
こんなもんかな。こんなもんだな。
Good day to you, miss. You have some
綺麗
very
な人だね。
beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir.
あ、そうでもなかった。
And good day to you too. But
そうでもありませんでした。私の好みではありません。
Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White.
Yes, I.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Garden.
あ、結構なボリューム。これ未婚だろ、どうせ。違うか。はい、未婚。
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, it's quite
yes.
いい人だった？
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have
Do you work?
part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes. That is how I found my chance to work.
How well did
He was a master.
he had?
Oh, yes, indeed. He was always so active.
あ、女が好きなんだっけ、そういえば。
And very nice.
Why?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are.
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half someone.
なるほど。副園長じゃねえのどうせ。どうせ副園長じゃない？すげえ狼狽してたでしょ。ワトソンが邪魔すぎる。要所でワトソンがすげえ邪魔。
Nursery. Locked.
入れない。
Locked.
ここも入れない。ここも入れないだろ。
Locked.
まだ続いてんだろ。
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes.
what do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in... I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better...
What is your opinion of Albert?
He's useless. I often tell him so. And botany is not his life's work. And it...
He was.
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here. And he never...
Are you able?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a... But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him. It was with the intention of...
That must have been terrible.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who was such a nice lady and who...
You mentioned a Miss.
She is a student who works here part-time. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory.
Why?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he... Why, how could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through...
Thank you, Mr.
気
Hamish.
難しい
We
ね
shall
この人
continue
は。
our investigation.
童貞だろうな多分。絶対童貞だな。
Do you hope?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to...
Thank you, young man. We shall see.
鍵ゲット。したらこれ更衣室かな。ディレクターオフィス。
Locked.
はい、金庫開けちゃいましょう。難しいこれ。ちょっと待って、むずくないこれ。開け方わからんこれ。
A photograph of Mon.
レナルド・ヘイミッシュはヘイミッシュの親父かな。シャンパン。
Champagne. Montague Dunn. French wine. Newspapers just.
旧植物園の研究チームが新種の大麦製作に成功したことを誇らしげに発表した。そう、防寒性に非常に強い植物だ。彼らはこの新種をシベリア大麦と名付けることにした。この新種の継ぎ穂の養成者であるマーティン・ヘイミッシュ氏は次の月曜日の朝に記者会見を開く予定でいる。ヘイミッシュの功績が大々的に特集されて良いのかな。親愛なるマーガレット、我々の最後の会話の後で、君はここ旧植物園を去った方がいいと思った。君があれほどはっきりと指摘したように、私の援助を君はもはや必要とはしていない。君が言うように、君は一人で十分世の中に立ち向かうことができるだろう。それでは君に自由を返す。そして幸運の実を祈ろう。別れたんだ。これどうやって開けんだこれ。ちょっと音に変化もないしわかんないな。後回し。ここは
There was a bottle here. It left behind several drops of the substance.
Gold dust.
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks. So
But why would anyone perform gold dust?
the gold. Several drops. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible.
トビーじゃまた。トビー必要
A botany book.
アルバート
This
だ。
student's book belongs to.
アルバートが親父に恥かかされてムカついて殺した？その線かな。
Chemicals.
A phonograph used for
Yes. I don't hear anything.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their
Study report.
すごいこれ。
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
全員同期持ち、確かに。
This is a table for experiments.
only this one.
Such masks, gloves.
Do they grow?
It appears as
紛失した服は場所はわかるよね。
the employee
ここは開けちゃいけない。
locked.
Holmes,
It does not.
そんなこと関係ない。開けるぞ。やばすぎるこいつ。さすがだなホームズ。関係ねえんだな。何もかもが。道徳とかどうでもいいんだな。あ、なるほど。はい、気持ちいい。
Open. Martin Hamish's a review on Martin Hamish studied chemistry.
総書記殿、旧植物園で起きた最近の出来事により私は再度管理職の座に応募しなくてはいけなくなりました。前回差し上げた手紙に述べた事柄ですが、この地位の適任者は私以外に誰もいないと思っています。モンタギュ男子の生存中は私の提案を保留しなくてはいけなかったことは承知しています。そこには政治的な理由があり、私自身それに満足して応じておりました。しかし今、旧植物園は混乱状態に陥っています。どうしてこのような状況を許すことができるでしょうか。やる気もない未経験な人たちに任せられるでしょうか。決断を早急に下されることを催促させていただきたい。それにより私は全力を注ぎ立派な仕事に専念することができるでしょう。同時にこの不確実な状況からも解放されることを思います。
Father and I, Kew Gardens. Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards. Albert Dunn has a great passion. A rejection letter from the British Royal Navy.
イギリス海軍機関学校ロンドン採用本部。背景、ご入学志願いただきありがとうございます。誠に残念なのでございますが、あなたは入学試験で優秀な成績を収められましたが、イギリス海軍機関学校へあなたを招き入れることはできません。あなたの父親モンタギュ男子より旧の王立植物園の管理職をあなたに委ねる意向を我々に表しました。これにて、1年間の海軍訓練には参加していただけないことは明白です。旧植物園でのご成功をお祈り申し上げます。
A picture of Miss White and Albert.
And they seem to get along.
Miss White's locker.
男女同じなんだ。
Apparently, Miss. These jewels must be a vanity purse.
手紙いっぱいあるな。マーガレット、あなたからの手紙を受け取って驚いています。あなたが家を出てもう何年にもなります。私たちへの懸念の言葉もありません。それなのにどうしてお金を貸してくれと言えるのですか。大学でのあなたの成功や大学生活についてあなたは今まで一度だって私たちに聞かせてくれたことはありません。今になってそうしようと決めたのですか。あなたはきっと私たちがあなたの友人と同じような上流階級の出身ではないことを恥ずかしく思っているのでしょう。私たちは質素な家族です。でもいつも教えてきたようにあなたは家族を第一に思うことを学ぶべきです。それに私たちは誰も自分たちの評判を汚すようなことはしていません。あなたは雇用者ダンさんと一緒になり私たちの評判を汚したように。いいえマーガレット、私たちに肩身が狭い思いをさせているのはあなた自身です。悲しい。親愛なるマーガレット、あなたが現時点経済的にかなり厳しい状況にいることは知っています。僕はあなたをそのような窮地に置き去りにしませんので、どうか安心してください。僕は裕福な家庭に生まれました。僕の援助を受け入れてくれれば光栄です。君の献身的な見習いあるだと。おい、ドロドロしてんな。ドロドロしてるな。これか。親愛なる両親へどうしても援助をお願いしたくてしぶしぶこの手紙を書いています。大学での勉強や家賃は私が予測した以上に高額だと分かりました。このために私一人の力ではこの先やっていけるかどうか心配です。過去に私と意見の相違があったことは分かっています。でも、お金がないという理由で娘の学問を諦めなくてはいけないとはあまりにも白状ではないでしょうか。なるほどね。関係ない、開けるぞっつってそこ開けたな、鍵。何にもない。作業机。
A glasses case.
これあれだな。ハーミッシュだな。
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as these young plants must be
胸像。ひどい。
It is a
ひどすぎる。 これで終わり？いや、なんかあるだろう。あ、これか。
I am curious if the marble that we found will...
おー、なるほど。
Here it is. The marble fragment that we...
いい手がかり。ガスガス手がかり見つかるんだけど、この植物園。
The seeds of...
邪魔だお前は要所で。
Locked.
Poor Mr. Mo-
こんなもんか？トビー連れてくるか。よし、トビー連れてこよう。行こうぜ、トビー。
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
おい、ワトソンが見てる。なんかあのデブババア見てんだろ。デブババア見すぎだろ。あいつずっとこっち見てる。なんなんだこいつは。なんなのマジで。教えてほしい、これ何なのか。盗めた植物の一覧表。多少の差はあるが、これらの植物は共通してある特定した毒を持っている。なんとかなんとかなんとか。最初の3種は人間にとっても致命的な有害物植物になりかねない。特にフローレムダイアボレカ。しかし特別な状況下にある場合のみ。フローレムダイアボレカあるね。カーニボラスもある。有毒胞子をまき散らす。何らかの攻撃に植物が反応する場合。
Here it is.
割れた鉢の商標。
That is not the one I need. That is...
なんだろうなこれ。
That is not the one. That is...
これわかんないな。
That is not the one. That is not the one I need. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides,
焼き印が入った植木鉢。
that is not the one. That is... That is not... That...
あ、今飛ばしていけなかったっぽい。 シーモアの庭。
My archive.
手紙？これ前回のやつか。よし、連れてこう。かわいいな。
Let us take Toby. Search, Toby. Search.
このままこう進んでいく。こっち何があんだっけ？ここ、匂いを嗅ぐ。大丈夫？有害物質ない。
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. There is still some liquid remaining. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a gun.
アルバートに会話できる。ヘイミッシュに会話できる。ヘイミッシュかな。で、今の化学物質はオフィスで調べる。
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
嘘でしょう。
I do not think.
But you have...
Do tell us.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life.
Did he get on?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded, and it was all my father's work. But Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, fame meant nothing to my father.
おいしいね。
Are you aware of...
The divine what?
No, I am...
What a ridiculous name.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn.
A bust? Oh, that old thing.
But why in that?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered...
Really? Oh, well, so I have mistaken.
Do you know whom...
I have no idea. Sure. Do you have any more questions like this?
Evidently.
なんか怪しいね、こいつは。
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
怪しい。アルバートこっちだっけ？ いた。
I perceive that you...
Passionate? No, not really.
Are you quite sure?
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
嘘つくんじゃない。
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College...
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed.
Tell me, have you...
No.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
神聖なる組合のことは知らないんだな。一応ホワイトにも聞いとくか。ホワイトどこだっけ。ホワイト。ホワイトどこだ。わかんねえ。いた。
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name...
Not at all. But it is of...
Thank you, miss.
知らない。なるほど。やべえ、なんか積みそう。この後手がかりなさそう。科学何でしたっけ。分析しましょう。
Let us determine. Just let us pour liquid from...
出たなこれ。
This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Garden. A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you
嘘でしょ。
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poison?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is...
So what do you
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid. Small colorless
無色の結
colorless
晶。
tiny crystals that are soluble in water.
Of course.
Wagner's reagent. There was a
No, Holmes. I meant...
Let me add the reagent. I need to take a pipette and... I need to take a...
バーナー止めない。赤くなった。
red set. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. This mixture is probably a
Helio.
fertilizer.
肥料ね。ではマーティン・ヘイミッシュには動機があった。ダンに台無しにされた父親と同じ人生を送っていると信じている。父親とダンの共同研究の成果をダンに全て独り占めされた。ヘイミッシュは給食別の園長の座を得たいと望んでいたが、ダンが生きている間はそれも不可能だと感じていた。そうだね。アルバートには父親のモンタギュー・ダンを殺害する動機があった。ダンはアルバートの海軍入隊への夢を阻止した。父親を殺害することでアルバートは父に復讐をすることができ、また最終的に給植物園の園長だった父親の座を得て成功できたかもしれない。盗みと殺人。殺人者は給植物園の最後の展示から全ての外来植物、致命的な有害植物を含むを盗んだ人物かもしれない。そう当たりになってきた。違うの？ 何も組み合わせができない。やべ、積んだかこれ。毒性物質の放出を実現させるには特定の化学肥料、自然的な刺激、そして栄養素が必要になるためかなり難しくなってくる。これには芋虫が利用できるだろう。アルバート怪しいね。職員室でモンタギュー団に関する情報を収集する。職員室行くか。面白いロードだねこれ。おしゃれ。これ職員室だよね。あ、これか。そういうこと？難しい。いや、これ総当たりじゃんだってこれ。一個ずつ増えていくのかな。あ、一個ずつ増えていくっぽいな。あははこれノーヒントすぎるでしょ。これで終わるだろう多分。はい、気持ちいい。手紙、親愛なる友へ、あなたから受け取った最後の手紙を読み、非常に失望したと言わせてほしい。私を弁護してもらうために金を支払っているのであって告訴されるためではないのだ。旧植物園は英国王立科学研究所だ。世界中を旅して非常に貴重で珍しい植物の保護をするという素晴らしい機会を与えられた。我々の義務はそのような品種を疑わしい目的にも利用しようとするものから守ることにある。あなたの言う神聖なる組合にはそのような貴重な植物を保持する権利はない。1889年6月14日の一件を覚えているだろう。そこで旧植物園を代表して再度例の植物の我々の所有権の交渉を行うよう謹んでお願い申し上げたい。書類は月曜日に送った。いつも通り火曜日にブードルズで会おう。モンタギュー団。苦情の手紙。ダン様、最後にもう一度我々の愛する姉妹たちを返却するようお願いしなくてはいけない。あなたに彼らを監禁する権利は全くない。あなたのものではない。あなたが言う許可は全くの虚偽だ。あなたはただ嘘の壁に隠れているだけだ。説明する必要もないと思うが、1889年6月14日に報道された一件もそうだ。あなたがしたことは憎悪すべき行為だ。我々は決して家族の一員を見捨てることなどしない。それだけはよく覚えておくがいい。あなたを信頼していた。だがそれを今では後悔している。手紙多いな。マーガレット・ホワイト城のモンタギュー男子への借り、オックスフォード通りの鈴木部屋の家賃、ロンドン大学の教育上の支援金、ハミルトンでの掛け買い口座開設、洋服店レディガンハウス、そしてバイヤードさん、高級宝石店。まあいろいろ買ってやってたんだな。 見の相違、ホワイト城と男子は最近口論している。モンタギュー・ダンは旧植物園からホワイト城を解雇するつもりでいた。ホワイトの状況、マーガレット・ホワイトの学問と社会的地位は完全にモンタギュー・ダンの富に頼っていた。そうだね。まだだな。こんなもんかな、ここは。植物見つけ出さなきゃいけないのか。
Just
Kew Garden.
From here, we are unable. A ventilation
こ
system,
の辺はまだだね。
a water.
そういえば最初のあそこ行ってないな。ここだ、ここ。これなんか後々あるな。書庫か。戻るか。
That is
これか。神聖なる組合の不祥事。神聖なる組合、新王トレワンを支持、カールトン街道、グローブナー通り48番に位置する。植物として特に木々の保護に力を入れるこの団体は現時点当局調査を受けている。組織の幹部らには不正取引の疑惑があり、調査は起訴され裁判にかけられる可能性がある。一方で調査に対する多数の反対の意見も上がっており、受けた告発を非難している。事実、この民間団体は自然保護を目的としており、また野党の政治代表者などの有力者が多く加入して、旧植物園告訴。
here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address.
神聖なる組合いける。 危ね、積まなかった。積んじまうかと思ったぜ。
This place is beautiful, Holmes.
あらまあ。
Its atmosphere
日
is
本、
remarkably
中
soothing.
国。
Let us find.
まあなんか漢字あったもんな、あのロゴに。空海。これか。
Fragments. A fragment.
蓋。取る。植木鉢。
The Kew Garden.
植木鉢ね。動詞。
Good day to you, sir.
I am exalting the sun. A while can you wait? Therefore, please, mind my...
Disturbed.
There. Completed is the symbiosis.
グリーングランドミスティック。
The Green Grand Mystic.
This is me.
We are two gentlemen who are
Listening to...
怪しいやつ出てきたな。手のひらの経過、酸化傷、科学の実部。指先のタコ。
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation. You may say, the divine syndicate. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in share and to be permitted.
Green Grand.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
トレワン、シン
Our God King's name.
Oh, la, good, good.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. Raw sap.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy there.
どれだ。これか。
Nevertheless, we have...
What? Our sacred...
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days.
No. Those plants...
How so?
Their director...
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the ex... But he never gave them back to us.
I see. So, if you stole... I get...
No. We did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter...
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic...
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so...
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
なるほど。で、そのうちの3つが見つかってなくて、で、その3つは毒性があるんだよね。確か。特に3つは攻撃されると毒性を帯びるみたいなのあったよね。怪しすぎんか。
You came to make a donation?
This must be Trewan.
Osmos.
これしかないの。 なんもねえのか、ここ。なんかありそうなのに。こっちか。
A tropical plant. A tropical plant. These three plants are identical to.
持って帰るんかい。
A tropical. A tropical.
この3つがあればいいかな。お、芋虫。
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for.
以上。これを見るか。
A tropical. A trop.
オッケーオッケー。よし、全部見たな。あっちにもあるな。
This door.
こじ開ける。一切の躊躇がないな、このホームズは。あ、なるほど。こうかな。やべ、無事これ。無事。こうか。はい、来た。これ難かったな。
These instruments.
アヘンね。アルカロイド。
This substance is an alkaloid. This cabinet is full of chemicals. That would be enough. A vast.
アヘン。勇気。こんなもん？他ないか？こんだけか。 え、マジこんだけ？あれだけ難解な情を解いたのに。え、嘘でしょ？なんかあるでしょ？あ、マジなさそう。強派が全て盗んだ。神聖なる組合は展示から致命的な有害植物を含め全ての植物を盗み出した。違いますね。こっちだね。実験の準備をする。OK。
Perfect, Watson. We can begin.
いい感じに進んでるな。ただ誰が毒殺したかでね、多分アルバートだと思うけど、おそらくアルバート。あいつ感化されちまってる。
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all. This plant becomes inactive after being.
これじゃないってこと？
This is a It appears to.
うわ。
It closed again. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it. A carnivorous.
難しいね。
This plant becomes inactive.
不活発になる。怖えよ。置き方だなこれ。あれ？あ、なるほど。わかった。こうだね。
This plant seems to have had no reaction.
開いてる時に置いて。
This plant seems to.
あれ？ああ、はいはいはいはいはいはい。偶然。
Toxic gas.
偶然です今の。
The plants would be capable of
連鎖か。
killing only if they were directly next to the victim. And
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
it is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there.
偶然すぎたな今の。 神聖なる組合は後日のモンタギュー・ダン殺害のためにわざと給食物園に植物を残している。違う。今日は事件に関係していない。こっちはアルバートは植物が違う。アルバートは致命的植物の刺激に関してこれだ。まあこれで終わりだと思うんだが、多分こうだと思うんだよね。おそらくアルバートだと思うんだけどな。あいつの部屋でだってね、あったもんね。芋虫とか。芋虫の痕跡か。
Can you tell me if...
Yes, of course. I met him. He appeared quite...
What were you doing?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not... I clearly remember that it was around half...
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
本命アルバート。
Your father's death does seem...
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent...
Did you see your father?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped... Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again.
知識ないの？いやまあ確かに海軍になりたいから海軍の勉強してたんだと思うんだけど、でもアルバートの書斎だかなんだかで発生してる気がしたんだけど、あの痕跡が。いやでもまだあるよな。あそこの給水塔のところのなんかやってないもんね。これまだ真相まで遠いぞ多分。ここね。
Seed hut. Can you tell me?
I can. But Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but...
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plant. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection.
And that was...
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory and I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that...
What exactly were you...
I was recording an experiment. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording?
Certainly. Please...
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes.
部屋から脱出するまでしかないんだけど、まだなんか足りないか。あー、なるほど。はいはいはいはい。こういうこと。なるほどね。あそこから芋虫を落としたのね。
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, panicking and likely already, he rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force. We already know the outcome. Well, it is time to.
なるほど。
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system.
All right, Ho.
These windows. According.
もう場所がわからん、あそこの。こっちか。あれこれホワイトか。一番近いな、ホワイトが。
The power is on. The engine cannot. The engine has. The ventilation system is working.
ホワイトが一番近いな、場所が。すげえ遠回りしてる俺。
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's.
あ、いくつかあるんだ。それ知らんかった。ちょっと待って、どこ。もうやだな、これ迷うな。ここは関係ないか。 ここがヘイミッシュだっけ。ああ、なるほど。アルバートのとこはちょっと待って、どうすればいいのこれ。
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert.
よくわかんないな。いや、アルバートのとこってこっちだよね。あ、これ？違うか。わかんねえ。あ、こ
Before I
れ。
activate the fan, I need to check if the interior of the colonial. This poster is this certificate.
窓。
Before I activate the fan,
この部屋
I
か
need
ら
to check
植
if the
物展
interior
示
of
室の
the
中が見えるか確かめた方がいい。あ、これか、窓か。
we can see the interior of the colonial.
あら、見えるね。
Excellent. This ventilation. And a wall. A mark.
あ、でもホワイトのとこから見えないもんな。しかもあそこが占領されてるっていうのはそういうことだね。窓が綺麗になってるってことは見えやすいようにってこと？むずいんだわ。アルバートどこなん？
Now we need to see if we can.
アルバートの作業室がわからん俺は。
We are unable to see. This is one of the.
んであ、そうさればこれか。
Now I just need to find what.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out by activating both.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be.
ははーん。こいつ詳しくないもんな。いや、合ってるのかこれ。ちょっと待って、怪しいぞ。怪しい。
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
難しいこれ。さて。
Locked. Inspector?
Aha! I knew.
Very good. Inspector.
Martin Hamish is in the large.
逮捕したんだ。
Martin. Ha-
マジで覚えられねえ。道が覚えられんのやべえな。はあ
God.
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish.
Inspector, could you.
いや、これは殺されたでしょ、絶対。あ、いた。さすがに殺されたでしょ、これは。
The mark around the neck is.
私の人生は生き地獄になってしまった耐え難い苦しみだ。ダンは死に値する男だった。だが私自身もその責任があるという事実をどうしても許すことができない。私たちヘイミッシュはいつも境遇の犠牲になってしまうようだ。そう、私自身も例外ではない。私はこの罪滅ぼしをしなくてはいけない。今この場所でそれをしよう。さようなら。本当か？
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly.
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the.
ヘイミッシュは単独で行動したのか。頸骨捻転で苦しんでいた。そのため走ることはできなかった。よって彼には植物展示室の扉を閉め換気装置を起動する十分な時間があったのか確かめる必要がある。マーティン・ヘイミッシュの遺体に見つけた新しい情報が導く可能性についてレストレードと話し合う。いや、アルバートとヘイミッシュなのかな。
Something about this
Why do you say that?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross.
But, Mr. Holmes...
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trick...
Well,
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr.
You mean to say that...
So the...
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice there?
I have another idea. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected...
With a timeline?
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements
おー、なんか
so
出て
that
きた。
we may recreate the events of that morning.
9時半頃、マーティン・ヘイミッシュとモンタギュー・ダンはタネーンにいるアルバートに会いに行った。ヘイミッシュとモンタギュー・ダンが裏庭に出たのは10時20分前だった。その10分後、ダンは点検を再開するために熱帯乾燥園に入り、ヘイミッシュはタネーに戻った。マーティン・ヘイミッシュは10時にホワイトさんと会話をした。ホワイトさんは10時40分まで研究室にいた。水蓮温室にいるヘイミッシュとアルバートを見て、そこで彼らと合流した。ヘイミッシュはモンタギューの様子がおかしいのを確認して、すぐにアルバートに知らせました。10時半ぐらいだった。マーティン・ヘイミッシュはホワイトさんと話をして戻ってくる。アルバートは朝ずっとタネ園にいた。10時10分過ぎにヘイミッシュがホワイトさんを訪れて戻ってくるのを目的した。合ってるかい？はいや。
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was Albert also has 10 minutes to lock. Miss White was last seen... Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish.
これ超むずいな。この地図をちゃんと覚えてなきゃいけない。ここで閉じ込められた。
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means... Martin Hamish was last. Albert or Miss White was last seen. Perfect, Watson.
Muzu. おはようって寝るとこだけど、おはよう。これちょっと今むずいとこに差し掛かってんだよね。何これ、どうすればいいのこれ。
Let us summarize. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubt. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection. Miss White was last seen. Perfect.
ここだな。ちょっと待って、これどうすればいいのこれ。なんか、どうすればいいこれ。どうすればいいのかわからん。
Let us summarize. Martin Albert Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means... Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain...
ああ、なるほど。こっちか。ホワイトには時間があった。ホワイト城には20分の余裕があった。モンタギュー・ダウンを閉じ込めるには十分な時間だ。扉に鍵をかけてマーティン・ヘイミッシュに換気装置を起動するよう知らせることができたかもしれない。どっちかか、2択なんだね。アルバートじゃないですか。これで合ってると思うんですけどね。
What happened, Inspector?
It's all over now, lad. There is no use denying it.
What? You're mad. I didn't do it.
確かにこいつこいつ植物の知識なかった。待て待てゲームの声やすきちゃんに似てるね、マジで。確かにこれちょっと難しいな、これ。でもヘイミッション単独行動ではないでしょ。ちょっとこれ難しいな。整理ができない。地図もわかんねえし時間もわかんねえし。
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find
あ、
this
これが
here?
正解か。
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining. The deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her. Quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well,
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear.
you were wrong, Mr.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed.
You could not.
You think that you can fool.
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next
やばい、こ
you
いつ
were on the
殺
other
しに来る。
side.
The other side. No! Stop!
始まったバトルパート。
I beg you not to do this,
あ
Miss、White.
こいつ何自殺す
Don't
る気か
come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
ケイバトルパート。
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson?
張ってたらしい。難しいというか、これ理解しづらいんだけど、これは。これ理解しづらいな。すげえ複雑なマップにすげえ複雑な時系列かませられて、はい解いてくださいみたいな、難しすぎる。
Where are you going, Holmes?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have.
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes. Menu, entree,
Not at all.
main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds just hedgehog goulash. street turnips in home, and it goes on.
すぐ次の話
Well, we
始まる
can't
し
go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. Don't tell me the dinner is
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell.
レイ
They
トン
say he's
捕まっ
killed
た
two men. You have to help us.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him. You know what they're like.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget Wiggins.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you. It's on Half Moon Street.
い
Very
やウ
well.
ィギンズの頼みは聞くしかねえからな、さすがに。さすがにウィギンズの頼みは聞くしかない。このテープずっとこっち見てる。怖すぎる。さすがにウィギンズの頼みは聞くしかない。手
My
紙を。
archive.
.お、これラストじゃないパート。これラストパートじゃないこれ。ラストパートっぽいぞこれ。やべ、1日で終わらしちまう俺このゲームを。
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in.
Did you find any?
A few personal.
Thank you, Lestrade.
よし。気合い入れて解決してやるか。まず遺留品から。所持品な。
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he. It seems as though this. Two out of the.
2発撃たれてると。
These cigarettes are filled. A cheap watch bought with it.
OK。よし、では取り調べに入ろうか。あ、ちょっと待てよ。死体見る。あ、死体ないの？死体見れねえのか。
Please escort. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
こいつがやったろこいつ。人相が悪すぎるこいつ。
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother?
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes.
人相が悪すぎるこいつ。よし。
Good.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it.
Interesting.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police, and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But I kept running forward.
怪しいこいつ。
As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still...
A thrilling account, my... Leighton.
Well, I wasn't able to see his... Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket.
I see.
No. But perhaps... It's strange.
なんだ
We shall see you
こいつ
soon,
怪しいことしか言わないんだけど。まあ、現場に行ってみるか。ハーフムーン通り。珍しく夜だな。こっちか。おお、死体がまだある。発見し解剖されてないのね、まだ。
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh.
Good evening.
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in... But then this is nothing like that case. With this one...
Of course, Mara. But you know... Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statement.
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there was Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So, come...
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street.
But you would have been unable to observe...
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street. And a few minutes after that, the fellow chap...
please
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached...
結構短い間なんだな。
Did you...
I didn't hear any shots.
What were the...
Well...
yes, I appear to... Constable Marrow, what else...
I saw nothing but rats. And I...
Did you happen to look up at...
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand. A piece of wood that has...
木のかけら。 鍵。
This is an. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. The bullet penetrated his.
なるほど。
Brian the. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti. Brian Vercotti and Leighton Chapman both have identical Westgate Prison tattoos. They were most likely acquainted. A fairly long pole.
なるほどね。OK。ここまではいいでしょう。こいつ目撃者か？
Good evening.
I heard Constable Marrow replied.
Excellent. My.
ボタンが取れている。貧しい生活。勲章、目出し帽、クリミア戦争、退役軍人。これか。支えが必要、弱い足、ピッコを引いている。
Could you tell us everything that...
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who...
Where?
Well, near this body.
Did he know?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel.
Mr. Tan.
No, I saw no one but that.
Were the 2 shots?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them. It seemed to me that the second...
That is an interesting... Mr. Turner, what were your actions?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return. So I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the half moon from Whitechapel.
なるほど。
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
I'll do anything to...
なるほど。ターナーの目撃。暗い窓。食い違う供述、陳述。ターナー氏は警察が到着する前にずっと窓のそばにいたと述べた。しかしマロー巡査は窓のそばには誰も見なかった。彼らの陳述は食い違っている。同時の発砲、実際は3発発砲されたが、ターナーにおいて2つの異なる銃声音として聞こえた。最初に1発発砲され、その後すぐ2発の銃弾がほぼ同時に発射された。もうこっちの方がなんかありえそうな話だね。これは食い違っちゃうのか。まあちょっと保留にしておこう。次は花屋だね。
Mrs. Powell.
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I've already gave my...
Could you tell us everything that...
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of half... He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood.
It was dark.
And
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman... He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him.
Mrs. Powell,
I'm not sure.
did you see any...
No, sir. I did not. Even with all the fireworks...
My thanks to you, Mrs.
あんまりだな。架空の人物。レイトン・チャップマンの陳述にあった男は自分の潔白を証明するために彼が作り上げた架空の人物。目撃者の証言と所持していた凶器が一人の可能な犯人を明らかに指しているレイトン・チャップマン。逃げようがないなこれ。
This mirror is turned toward...
ミラー。他には何かあるか？
Lock.
Mr.
こんぐらいか？ここで集められる情報は。
It would be.
I'm all.
ターナーに言えるのか。お前の証言矛盾してるよ。
You have stated that you remained close by...
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window.
Well, I think, Constable, we could have missed each other somehow.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner.
Not at all, Mr. Holmes.
Oh,
please, follow
進展
me.
した。
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This fire is dying out. The papers are all... These words... The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
こいつ怪しくなってきたね。
Mr. Turner... The books on this shelf are...
杖じゃん、木のかけら。
So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became...
怪しい。でもターナーさんそんなに早く戻れないでしょ、自分の部屋に。
This kitchen... There are pieces of shredded... This kitchen knife was used to cut...
そんな素早く自分の部屋戻れます？
So, that's the view, Mr. Turner. The dead... Brian Ver... Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman...
難しいんですけどこれ。は？どうやって選択するのこれ。下でやるのかな。下でやるのかな。下でやるっぽいな。ベッドから起き上がる。上か。むずこれ。むずくねこれ。窓を開ける。は、超むずいんだけどこれ。杖を折る。折れた杖を置いて包丁で何か切ってむずすぎんかこれ。だってベッドから起き上がる。嘘じゃね？むずすぎん？ここ1個しか選択できないの？あ、なるほどね。これは1個なんだ。3つで1個なんだ。なるほど。これが最初で、いや、そんなことないか。ベッドから起き上がる必要？窓を開ける、死体に近づく、なんか取って杖折っちゃって、折れた杖を置いて、これでは これでしょ多分。間違ってないだろこれ。
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
お、合ってたっぽい。
I can see prints from... Well now, what a find. A precious jewel concealed inside a book.
こいつ物取りじゃねえか。
A bracelet.
ボコボコにしようぜこいつ。おいこら。
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me...
And what of everything else?
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner...
But Mr. Holmes, I can explain...
No, merely correct. But you also noticed you walked down and took the bracelet from the body. That broke your walking. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon return...
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal, I believe.
いや、犯罪者だ。
I wish this crime...
普通に犯罪者だわ。よし。じゃあ、移動しましょう。書庫。ターナシのアパートメント、金の骨董の腕飾り。これらの美しい骨董宝飾品はヘレニズムの宝が所蔵する代表作の一部である。腕飾り、首飾り、そして指輪には5個の大角羊の頭が描かれている。宝石はどれも純金製。ミティリーニの5頭の羊は1885年に行方不明になっている。
Here it is. I need to continue my research.
1885年。
That is not the one.
これか。昨晩ヘレニズムの芸術作品が大英博物館からグラスファード美術展覧会への輸送中に盗まれた。宝を乗せた辻馬車が襲われたのである。チャーチ通りにある質屋の主人ケネス・バトラーがその日、歴史的芸術作品の一組を彼の店で売ろうとしていた男がいたとスコットランドヤードに情報提供した。警察は彼から得た犯人像の男を捉えたヴィンセント・フォーリーという名の窃盗常習犯で、ロンドン港から脱出を試みようとしていたところだった。ヘレニズムの芸術作品を輸送した辻馬車の運転手はこの男を確認した。ヴィンセント・フォーリーは残りの作品の隠し場所を白状しなかった。最終的に強盗罪で投獄された。失われた宝はまだ見つかっていない。なるほど。
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stone.
これサクサクいくぞ多分。どこ質屋？ここか？
Mr. But
なるほど、これ盗まれたか。
a flare pistol. Perhaps.
Oh.
The ram's heads. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time. It looks as though It looks
手紙。やあケンス、いつか俺に古代ギリシャのもので羊の頭がついた金の宝石3点について話してくれたような。まだ持ってるんだろう。いい知らせがあるな。その宝石をどうしても欲しいってよ。金持ちの男を見つけたんだ。いつでも大金を払えるんだとよ。あんたとこの男との面会を手配してもいい。だが俺にも取引の分け前を払ってほしい。日曜の夜花火が始まる前にグレートアリーとハーフムーン通りが交差する場所で待っている。ブライアン・ブーコッティ。なるほど。なるほどね。ん？あれ？これか。いやいやいや、さすがに嘘でしょ、それは。で、質屋で入れない。質屋だけか、これは。質屋だけのためにこんな路地まで。さあ、尋問だね。
Please. Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should I...
I know. Keep wondering.
You were willing to risk your life.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have... You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the... You came to know him from... Would you tell me a little?
We were convicted for a robbery.
You were quite...
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother...
And?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split.
So you lost?
Yes.
We shall see you soon, young man.
れどこ行きんだ？ハーフムーン通りかな。実験をするってなってたもんね。
I'm always.
なんか始まるね。
What's up with you, lad?
I'm waiting for my brother to be
Your brother?
the one that you caught.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining them. It would be my
一種を選ぶ。これ誰？こっちだよね。なんだこれ。ああ、なるほど。
I am unable to see any.
なるほどね。ああ、はいはいはいはい。どういうことか分かったわ。
This should be.
クソ予想じゃんこれ。
Nothing interesting here.
ただの予想だな俺。邪魔すぎる。
This is most definitely. Watson, there was a third shot fired in the.
3つ目の弾丸。互いに発砲したケネス・バトラーとブライアン・バーコッティ両者が拳銃を持っていたことから相打ちだったと言える。拳銃が一丁紛失している。全てが矛盾するの。これか。犯行現場の3つの弾丸の後、また利用されたもう一丁の拳銃が見当たらないことなどから、レイトン・チャップマンがハーフムーン通りで見た上着を着た男の話は信頼できそうだ。
Constable Marrow, I would value.
It would be my.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon.
All right, mister.
Take your lamp and.
Understood.
なるほど。隠れるのかな。
I can see you.
All right, Constable.
ああ、マローになるの、俺が。
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable.
笑った。こんな風に注意深く見てなかっただろうけどね。お、見つかんない。見つかんないね。あ、いた。
Mr. Holmes.
It is obvious now. No.
あ、なるほど。こいつに見つからないということはできないと。上しかなかった。
I'll do any.
It would.
I'm. 花火を目撃するため信号拳銃と壁を登るのに必要な登山道具を見つける。おはようございます。おはようございます。あれでもこれ第5話だよね。6部構成だって聞いたんだけどな。
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of
花火の線香の真似。登山用の道具？これか。
These tools are
そんなトリック使ってたの？このトリックやばい。かなり計画的な犯行だな。あれどっちだ？こっちか。
Why are you looking at me all the time?
I'm just watching you.
People like me?
Yes.
I ain't a thief.
Oh no. Then where did you get?
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen. Miss.
Constable Marrow, Watson. I would like to perform another
I'm listening.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin...
But Holmes...
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare...
I understand.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly...
As you say.
Let us begin.
どこもむずくね？
this wall. This wall is cast.
総当たりなだけなんだけど。総当たりなだけ。そんなんで消えれるんだ。こんなトリック発生します？めちゃくちゃ遅いけどこれ。
Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
直し？いや、連打だな。
I can barely see anything.
これ見つかるだろ。まあ、上は警戒してないから見つかんないよってこと？
Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? I cannot see. Dr. Watson?
Don't worry, gentlemen.
How on earth?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe. Although the person we are looking for... Constable, is there any...
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you.
Gentlemen...
This is the back door.
これか。
These shards of...
ああ、上からね。上着、布、黒い糸。
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. It's empty. Someone broke through the...
なるほど。
We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
すげえ推理だな。なかなか紐づかないね。なかなか紐づかない。あとはここは何もないな。
It would be...
顕微鏡で黒い糸を見るっつってたな。
Let us take... It is not a thread.
毛だ。人間のものじゃない。
I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse. Watson.
Here you are.
Watson, look.
Well, I don't...
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
ひどすぎる。
Human hair. The horse hair. So, This black a hair from a
クマ。サーカスの軽業師。急に出てきたのサーカスの軽業師。急に出てきたサーカスの軽業師。
Wiggins is
ちょっと論理の飛躍が激しいね、やっぱり。総じて言えるけど、このゲーム。
Wiggins, my lad?
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more.
Oi,
ウィギンズをいじめるんじゃない。ん
it would be my...
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proved.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now,
Anything you like.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London.
You can cap.
すぐ見つけてくるだろう、ウィギンズ。有能すぎるからな、ウィギンズ。ウィギンズ雇ってあげたらよくない？ホームズが。
I do hope that there's...
Don't worry, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this
Zor.
is a young Duval brothers. I believe that
ゾウの毛。
Aye, you.
Good morning, sir.
Because it's...
Well, I
You're...
you might.
What? You're a bit... You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
ああ、衣装か。先行ってほしいわ。行ってたかな？俺飛ばしちゃったかな。衣装久しぶりの着替えだな。なんでもいいのかな。サカスっぽい。
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to.
メガネはダメ。
Stay where you are.
Calm down, Watson. Take deep. Thank you, Watson.
さすがにわかるでしょ。
I am.
are you?
My name is Nigel.
Talented, eh? Let's see.
I've got.
So, everything is here, just some of the barrels are wet. Transportation issues, whatever. Well, I want to be... No. Right? I hope that no one saw you. Of course not. Glad to hear it.
どこだ？あ、こっち行くのかな。こっちか。印刷機。
That's a picture of a contempt. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly. This printing.
Taru.
This wooden bag. There is a spot. The crest of the Honorable Artillery Company.
Kayaku.
Judging by the fraction.
Kayaku.
The
Terrorist
barrels are powder kegs. A printing press. I am quite sure it is not.
Stop right.
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say
My
that I
bye.
can open any door.
Maybe か my by だって。
We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
何言ってるか全く分かんねえこれ。危ねえ。お、指輪じゃん。どれでしたっけ？これか。鍵ね。また鍵ね。そんで難しいな。こうか。 むず。むずくねこれ。おお、むずかったこれ。
I need to find out. I need.
鍵開けたけど。
Nigel Shell.
Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
え、むずくねこれ。
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for...
Well, he died. 7 days. That's all right. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker.
It's all about the yellow...
Gosh, you fool. Now.
Us? Wait.
Billy Jack.
And what will I...
We'll share the loot.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house.
Deal.
すげえ自信満々に演じるなこいつ。
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenic... This lock is...
いや難しそうだなこれ。またこれ難しそうだぞ。わ、超むずくねこれ。こうか。むず。
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard isn't... Several... It seems as though the...
ちょっと待って。早すぎるここに到達するのが。他にもなんか調べたい俺は。IQ が高すぎて最速で答えまでたどり着いてしまう。あ、でもないのか他に答えは。 なさそうだな。
So,
うわー、またこれむずそうだな。はい、気持ちいい。
what a surprise. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent.
なるほど。
Let us check the thieves' possible escape route. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
ここと
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
ここと戸だな。
This works very well.
ああ、なるほどね。2階は
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be you. One step on these beads, I should walk carefully. The thieves won't attempt.
はいはいはい。
Oh, that's a. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. Any thief who finds a solid. 'This should be.
The door is not. 塞いで
There is no ladder. This hatch.
全部潰しとかなきゃいけないんだな。
This. door is...
これ何が必要なんだ俺。
This hat.
ロープはもらってある。シャンデリア。
I wonder what this old chandelier... I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock. Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the
なるほど。罠だね。あ、絨毯か。
This should... Now, it's not an open. I should walk. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
なるほど。
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions, I can leave now.
なるほどね。これ面白かったな、ちょっと。
Police! Police! Stop where you are!
罠にはまりすぎでし
Where
ょ。
are they?
Trapped, Watson.
How so?
Oh, you sounded just like a real Bobby.
I did.
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You...
And this is the pistol you...
How'd you know about...
Have you closed the case?
Mycroft, what are you doing?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know. So now... But...
No.
Then why exactly are we here?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, and the hunter of a set of
You're no better than the coppers.
Holmes, that is incredible.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles.
I don't know why you are asking.
I'll see.
無能兄は。兄無能っすか
What a beautiful... The trap with the chandelier. One of Foley's. One of
上着の男は誰か分かってないよね。いや、上着の男はこいつか？いや、これで終わり？もしかして。
Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were... The jeweler missed him, but they proceeded... Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill...
You are a fine...
I do what I think is right. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friend...
Where are you going?
I have un...
お、解決したな。
Be careful with...
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are.
So...
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that. We are the men who've already lost everything. We are ruined shopkeepers. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. The laws that were set out by our government. We are not only from the British Empire, some of us, but men we are. For those powers that be had done their best. The fear advised us to bankers and and they push us to compete between. But in the end, they are the few. So they, we should not fear them. Our so-called. The time has come for our group to stand tall. We are going to blow up the London Stock
ロンドン
Exchange.
証券取引所爆
No
破。
life shall be lost. But only they're only papers after all.
That is a radical step to take.
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they will be able to work for themselves.
What you are intending to do...
How do you see justice then? And how many lords do you see? Our masters wouldn't hear us. Will you let us do our...
もうバカしようぜ。
When people fight the order, they are too blind to
二
see the
択なんだ。
consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
いや、全身だろ、これ。
So, you're interested in...
Quite.
It is an interesting...
Really? I tried reading.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always in... Tell me, Doctor, does...
Not that I know.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade...
Well, I'm sure.
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed toward...
And the Empire needs order and discipline.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intent.
But we serve the truth, not...
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the Merry Men. Stop them yourself. Only...
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbor.
Oh, I don't...
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the...
Wait.
その女性さ、その女性さ、多分デブだよね。お、全クリ？ いやでも全員人は出たもんね。ああ、もうどこにも行けない。いや、終わり？ちょっと終わり？終わり？あ、終わった。これあれ真のエンディングみたいなのあんのかな。12345 6。あ、そっか、ちゃんと6個やったか俺。全部やっちまった終わっちまった。もっと遊ぶ。シャーロック・ホームズ・コレクションズ。シャーロック・ホームズ・ザ・デビルズ・ドーター。同じようなゲームなのかな。いや、まあ面白かったね。面白かった。だって一晩中やったもん。一晩中やったから面白かったんだけど、まあまあめちゃくちゃいいゲームではなかったな。まあ面白かった。普通に一晩遊ぶには全然楽しめたな。私の頭がいいところもご覧いただけたかなと思います。でこれなんか真のエンディングとかありそうだし、デブの女も気になるし、ちょっと一人でやってみてなんか面白いのがあったら配信でやろうかなと思います。いやーよかった。疲れたな。いやというわけでね、本日は終了したいと思います。お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。